Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Is it me or there's no music? No, there's no music. Um, let's remedy that real quick. There we go. There he is. Hi, Deep Toot. How you doing? I'm kind of cold today, even though it's spring. All right, let me get myself set up. So what are we gonna do today? I think I'm gonna continue working on our spawning system and stuff like that. Um, there we go. Here we go. Yep. All right. So I'm going to get started. So real quick, what have we got now? We've got um, a simple kind of interface where you can run into an error. Skin button on select. Oh, this should be turned off. So first things first, we are going to go turn this off. B player. Work group canvas, turn it off. All right. So we've got our custom game, then we click custom game, then you can have a second player join you. Then you can click start. I finally found a fix. So, alright, so this has to turn way up and you're kind of really quiet. My audio is really quiet. What if I just move this a little bit closer to me? How is that now? This should be a little louder. Do it again now. I'm talking. Let me know if it's better. But this we've got. It's a little better. Okay, that's weird though. I don't know why. You know, that's the right cable. It's plugged in. Making sure I plugged in the right mic. It should be good, yeah. What if I... The sound of this is high up to the max. What if I make it that? I can even make it like that. Is this better? I made it 120% thumbs down emoji. That sucks. That sucks. I don't know if I have any better mic there. Oh, no, wrong one. Yeah, here I can do even more. If I do this, now it should be really loud, but it's not, which is making it weird. So I'll have to check it out. Next up. All right. Well, yeah, I'm not sure why it's so low, but let me know if this is better, and if it is, then great, and if not, I will look into it more. Right now I have 2 player on the screen. You can see there's the shadows in the back of the people that are being changed next to you. Like here, you can see it. So technically when you only have 1 player or 4 players, you'll be able to see the other next to you change. But then you can ready up and ready up. And that takes you to the dungeons. So the dungeons, for now, we're not really going to work on them today, but we are going to work on a spawn room location or something like that, where, yeah, let's do that. So first off, when we go into start and our lobby, no, game manager, save system in here. Let's hide that. Animation duration is going to be, let's do it 2 seconds. The minimum transition duration is 2, 2, 2. All right, let's see how this feels. There should be a fade. Yeah, thank you. Also, since you haven't been here in a while, I'll show kind of like what we've been doing for the characters. All right, we got something now. There's no loading screen in the middle, but it takes a little bit. So, all right, let me also show, we've been also working on like characters. So like if I pop this up and then I go get our media stuff. I wonder if I can, let's do save to downloads, and then save to downloads, and then maybe can we do another save to download of this one? This one is the run. Yeah. All right, let's save that one too. So we've been working on our model for our characters, and this is kind of like one of the first characters that we're going to be having in the game, for one of the first kind of like skins of what you can play with. So it's a big Santa grandpa, essentially, or like a dwarf, an adventure with a big beard. He's got, you know, oh, it's loud. There we go. He's got a little bit of a goofy, this is just him breathing, but here you can see him move a little bit more if you do that. There we go. So it's gonna look like that in the game. Belly forward, back and behind, and kind of like, you know, and we'll adjust the speed based on like how you move inside the game. So like if you move faster or if you walk, then it can, you know, change how fast this animation is going. So, and I think it's actually going to be next week that we duration to wait for the animation. Total duration to wait for the transition. We're getting closer and closer to having kind of like a working build with kind of the core items that we want to have in there. So that's kind of a nice feeling. So this is what we've got right now. Let me just check. I'm kind of figuring out the best way to have this disappear and appear and like kind of the right timings. It's a little bit annoying to test because now there's just nothing at all. Kind of weird. So let's just do, this is a 1. The duration is 2. This is 2. Let's do 3. So the animation duration is, let's do 2, 2, 2, 1. 2, 1, 2, 1. That should give us like about at least 2 seconds in the middle, I think. It's working like pauses and then the duration finishes. Alright, so definitely pause during the animation, not good. This definitely not. And then also, why is it should be 2, 1, 2, 1. You know what? This works. Oh, give me a second. My dog is having an issue. All right, I'm back. One of my dogs is a little too fat to open doors. The moment she figures out how to open it, like the body comes off and she gets stuck. So she doesn't know how to do. She's cute though. There we go, ready up. And all right, it kind of works nice. So one of the first things we're going to do is now that we've got this, it feels all right like that. So we're gonna apply this. We're gonna make our loading screens scene not disgustingly red. And then when we go back into the start function, so custom game, tutorial, exit game. Alright, our tutorial, we're going to want to create a tutorial. I think we could probably do that today. It feels like it'd be kind of fun and easy. So let's duplicate the scene and call it S3 Dungeon Tutorial. Actually, let's call it S4 Tutorial. S3A. We are going to add it into our build settings, which are up there. All right, and then we are also going to add up here in our scene handler. Where is it? In our scene handler, there we go. We're going to add it here, a third scene called S3A, S3, S_3A. Also, this is kind of annoying because it's right in my hand when I try to type. There. All right, nice, should be better. Scene 3A underscore tutorial, like that. Then in our start screen, let's do scene, no, it's start menu. We're going to do public void go to tutorial, which is going to load scene handler dot simple load S3A. It's going to be scene handler dot scene dot S3A tutorial to string and when we do our scene handler here, here, I think we probably want to do something like I'm trying to figure out what it is we want actually now. To go to tutorial, we want to do the same thing when we start a game, which that is in our lobby menu. When we start a game with disable joining and we just start it, we do make this button interactable. So here what we'll do for the tutorial is do this, and right before we'll also do event system current set selected game object to null, which will cause the player to not be able to touch any other button and just launch this game. And then we'll do public void exit game, and this is just simply going to be I think it's application.quit. Application.quit, yeah. So same thing, so that we don't spam it. It's a one-way, no return thing. Application.quit. If I think it's hashtag if Unity editor, I think it is. Unity editor application dot start. Okay, like this essentially. Unity editor editor no application editor application dot is playing equal false hashtag and else hashtag and if, right? Yeah. All right, that should make an exit game work, which we'll just check, make sure it works, and then move on to the tutorial if everything is good to go. So start menu UI panel buttons, secondary buttons, the quit button. In the on click, we're going to have our start menu, exit game, play, exit game. All right, it does stop. My dog is making weird noises, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna go check on her. All right, sorry about that. So exit game works, and now we'll do the tutorial. So on our tutorial, simple load 3A, right? So it's gonna do this, and in here we'll have our pathfinder. This we don't really care about. And then we'll I think we will condense things a little bit, because it is the tutorial one. So we'll make it only one monsters and traps room, no working together room. Monster, traps, and the boss room here. I'm gonna go up and then all the way down here. Two. So then it's definitely going to be 0 in the Z, 0 here. And this monster, this trap room here is going to go to 36, I believe, or 35 maybe. Yes, to 35. And then this one will make it 65, I think. No, 67. Yeah, that's all right. Should be fine. I mean, we could make it slightly further, but honestly, this is going to be good enough. 67. And then actually, I don't really think the tutorial is a good idea like this, or to put it right now. It's gonna look kind of crappy. So first off, in our dungeon rooms here, we're also gonna want to have a spawn room that takes a dungeon room as a, you know, inheritor that inherits from the dungeon room class. This class here, dungeon room, copy component and pass component. No, okay, so floors, props, lights, FX, walls, details, and puzzle. Okay, that's room 1. And then in here, essentially, we will redo set room stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and in here, we'll make it 123. There you go. Okay. In our spawn rooms, we're going to have serialized field, private, portal, I think. No. Loot. I forgot what the component was. I think it was when you go to prop store point conversion portal. Point conversion portal. There we go. M. Loot portal. Then we'll also have serialized field, privates. No, actually we don't need. We just need the loot portal here. And then we'll have private player, linked player. Actually, we don't really need that because it's in the point conversion portal, right? Yeah, we have a linked player here. So let's do public void assign room to a player. And here we'll also do a public static dictionary of player assigned to a conversion to a spawn room. Assigned rooms, and in here we'll do if assigned rooms, so assigned rooms is equal to a new one, and in our what's it called? I think it's in the game manager or dungeon manager, maybe. Yeah, we'll take this, move it to here, down here, where we'll just do assigned room equal new. All right, when we assign a room, we say m loot portal dot set portal to player, and then assign room dot so if assign rooms contains key player, then assign rooms player is going to equal to this, else assign rooms dot add player this. That way we'll track who is who, and then we'll do public void well, I mean, what we could also do is set it up right now, right, when we do the dungeon manager. So in our dungeon manager, when we first appear, when we finish loading, actually. So this is in our start, but when we first load, we'll do the set players in a spawn location. So, all right, let's keep it simple then. Let's also add a serialized field, private. We'll take a transform. Spawn location. Public void assign room. And then we'll do a public void. Actually, you know what? We'll just do this, and then we'll do public transform spawn location here, and that will return our spawn location. And then when we go into our dungeon manager, we'll do set players here. Hi, Snazdev. Thank you for following. Working on a 3D game with Unity. So feel free to comment and hey, how are you doing? Feel free to like share your stuff. So I'm making it's a game called Looting Legends. Well, that we are calling Looting Legends, and essentially it's like a mix between Lethal Company and Party Animals. So we're making kind of like, it's like dungeons that are set up a bit like this, where you kind of like start at a spawn location with you and up to 8 friends, and then you have to run towards kind of like the middle central room, grab loots, and then get them back. Lethal Company, first off, I highly recommend them. They're a lot of fun, especially if you're looking for kind of like games with more social aspects to them. But Lethal Company is a really cool game where you go onto planets and then grab loots with up to 4 friends, I think. And then you kind of bring the resources back to your ship, and that lets you go to further planets. But as you kind of explore planets, there's monsters and creatures, and you have to like kind of find a way to avoid them. It's very, very fun. And Party Animals is visuals might help. So Lethal Company, it's a game like this. And so you play those guys that are sent on planets fighting monsters. It's really cool. Not fighting monsters, but to gather resources, and you have monsters and alien life. That's a little crazy. Yeah, it's really nice. Also, on the same spirit, I think Content Warning just got released. I've never played this one, but I heard it's kind of the same humor style, but it's about like making weird videos with your friends. Highly recommend that one too. But so we're checking Lethal Company, and we're making it with we're adding kind of more of the goofiness of Party Animals, which you're playing those like goofy looking plush animals, I guess. And you're supposed to like, you know, you've got challenges and maps, and it's physics based, so like ragdoll, so like you play, it's like you have to like, this is like one of the levels where you've got to push your friends out and be the last one to survive. So like it's goofy like this. Yeah. No, don't worry. I have a game Goofy Climber. Yeah, that's ragdoll physics. This one's a lot of fun too, Party Animals. Well, that's kind of like how we're making our whole gameplay based on. Yeah, our game is a mix of those two, where essentially like you start here, and then you have to, we take the Lethal Company loop where you have to go in the middle, grab loot and bring it back to let you go further into the dungeons and like collect items and progress like this. But the way you interact with the world is kind of like Party Animals. Like you mess with your friends. You can throw what you've gathered so far to use as weapons against your friends and stuff like that. There we go. It's so it is a procedural world. While the dungeons we're making procedurally, we're making, you know, like we generated them. Well, you get it. Yes. um, it is going to be more like a, you know, like you spawn on the end of it, and we generate the dungeon where like there's a central room, and then the rooms are filled towards the end like a big. And yeah, it's multiplayer, so it's up to up to 8 people. So like you have to have, you either play, you know, solo but with people online, or local multiplayer. For now we're not. For now we're making the only the local player work. So I haven't really looked at the online portion of it. I've been kind of pushing it further and further as we get closer. Right now you kind of just have a basic UI where you kind of have, where's my remote here? Oh, controller. But you have up to 2, like you have, you know, you can connect with a second player. So I have my first player and my second player. And then when you do that, it kind of pushes you towards this scene where we have a placeholder people, and then you can kind of select who you want to play as. This, which I'll have to finish at some point, because the UI, like right now, the buttons don't properly move around. So you can ready up and play like that. You can pick these guys, for example. And that puts you not at the right place because because there's an error here. But then it puts you into the dungeon, and in the dungeon you get to start playing with 2 friends or up to 4 friends. So right now you can play locally with up to 4 players, and hopefully, you know, we'll get people to help us play with the online portion of it, because this is a nightmare. But thank you for the UI stuff. So let's do this. Let's do here. And we'll grab local. Yeah, by local I mean you can plug in other controllers to your device. So like if you're playing on console, you can have, you know, 3 other friends on the same TV playing with you. But if you play on your PC, for example, you can just play solo and add 7 other online friends. Or you can plug your controller and have one of your friends take half of your screen if you want to play like that, but it's less comfortable. And then, oh, I forgot, MRevs, hi, I didn't see you here, but you play, so MRevs, you end up playing kind of both. Like if you play, you could decide, it's all for, you know, yourself, where you have to be the one gathering loot and, you know, going into the dungeon and getting more loot and converting it into points, and at the end of the day there's only one winner. But sometimes you do have rooms that are designed for collaboration, where you'll have to rely on another player to come help you solve the room, but you could also get betrayed. So we want to add a lot of this back and forth, of like the tension of like getting help from other players, but also kind of you can betray your friends, steal their loot at the last seconds after helping them. So that's the vibe of it. And basically devices with the same network can play together. Like play with other devices playing. So basically devices with the same network can play together. I don't know. I mean, I think with the Steam Relay, you can do something like that. Like if one of your friends has the game. Right now, it's like you have to be on the same device with 2 or more controllers. or like one controller or two controllers. But right now it's the same device with two controllers. Later on, it should be the same device with controllers, or online grabbing onto like another peer-to-peer server, probably something like that. Not peer-to-peer server, but like another player in peer-to-peer. Yeah, yeah, we'll probably have it on Steam. Right now, this is like the build we do before pitching to publishers and see if we can have some support, because it's kind of a bigger project. So for now, it's not going to be published for a little bit, but at the end, it should come to Steam, and we're hoping console too. It'll be kind of like a nice platform for like console, and kind of the same stuff that Party Animals did. I think P2P. Server base feels like it's gonna have like too many costs over the top that we probably aren't ready for as a kind of a smaller team, because we're not, like we'll be 5 or 6 to work on this project at most, developer, without counting all the people that are doing production and marketing. And right now we're only 2, so. So chair is really uncomfortable. Yeah, server based. Can I check it out? Can I check it out like on the stream here? Yeah, for when you publish on Steam, they require a proof of address. I don't know. I mean, I think I just put my my home address at the time when I created my Steam stuff. What should I look for? Goofy Climber on itch. This one, I suppose, Snaz Dev. Cool. I kind of want to try it. A and D to move backwards. A to move backwards, D to move forward. You can press escape or R to restart. Okay. Oh. Wait, I haven't said my last word. Where is it? It's here. Open. Okay. Let's try it on the. Let's try it here. On the window, on Windows, it should work, and I think I should be able to do this. No, no ads for this, guys. Yeah, macOS is a little tricky. When we so our first game before working on this was called While the Iron's Hot, and we're supposed to have it ready on Mac, but finishing it on Mac right now has been kind of a bigger than we thought, so we focused on having it on Windows and console before. Yeah. but I can get it through. I use a parallel desktop for Mac because I bought a parallel desktop. I don't think I bought it. I think it came with my computer science courses at my university. I think that's how I got it. And then I think it's in here. No, home Mac downloads. And in here I should have. Well, actually, I could just do this. And then I do this. And that should have been here. Yep. I like the music. Cheap. First level. This is cool. No worries. Oh wow, wait. I'm stuck. No. No, there we go. Oh, what did you use to make it? Oh no. Yep. Unity. $200. That's pretty good. Good job. That's nice. I like this game. Oh, come on. Oh, I think I killed myself here. Cool. No, I really like it. I think it's nice. Well, I mean, you have the bones, right? Then you can always add more maps and more challenges along the routes, which could be a fun update. You know, like having what's this? There's another game that's kind of like this, where as you play, you have like the rolls that burn your car, and like I like having those like extra challenges on the map. But this is nice. It's fun. I like it. Did you do like other maps, like when you do like the dunes and stuff? Did you do that like yourself, or is it different every time? Are they generated too, or are they're the same for each levels? Yeah, it looks good. I'll leave a comment on, but I need to connect back to it. I won't close the page there. That is just randomly generated. Yeah, cool. So it's always different if you play the level. That's cool. How long have you been doing games for? Like, is that your first project, or is there you did more before? And cool. Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's nice to have like something to show on itch after 2 years. Oh, I think they do. I think I don't know if it's hosting servers, but it is like a remote play thing. Yeah. Steam networking. Hmm. Yeah, didn't know. Well, didn't know they had that. Honestly, for with Steam matchmaking and lobbies, depending on the type of packet, you could route everything through one player that is acting as the host. Yeah, that's a nice solution to look into. I was told the Unity servers are kind of nice, but who knows what kind of pricing models they can sprung on you out of nowhere. Yeah. Yeah. It's like I know they have a lot of games that use it, so it's got to be good, right? Netcodes, yeah. I've never used it. So we luckily we're like making a game where we can develop most of it for it to work and test it without having to do like the network part of it, like the dungeon generation and stuff like that. We can still test it with like only making local players. It's a little annoying to play it, but at least we can run actual tests to find the gameplay. Like that way, we'll be able to find whether the gameplay loop and the controls are fun before we have to worry about all those little parts. And then here, I think press play on my project. Then I can go custom game. Tutorial doesn't really work right now, I think. Yeah, I don't think I made the button for it to work. Huh. Custom game, and then you add another player, and then you press start. What were you gonna show? Alright, cool. That should work. Probably also do saving the mesh so that it's not always the same one that gets loaded. The game loads fast. Yeah, I don't think it's because there's really nothing in this first scene. Like this first scene has just UIs for now. This scene has also like this is only this very those scenes are super light. I'm more worried when we get to like the dungeon scenes. Those are a little bit more complicated. I I think they load pretty fast, but when you're playing, the FPS needs to be improved a little bit. Enter play mode options. I think I stopped the domain reload stuff in there. Project setting, right? Play options. Editor. Yep, thank you. Scroll down. Enter play mode options. Yeah. Deactivated reload domain, yeah. Yeah, I do have them enabled. Um, I do have them enabled, but the reload domain, I deactivated it because it does feel a little bit faster not to have it active. So for you, if I unclear them, it won't reload both of them, is that it? And then if I check it, it will either do both or either. Static, yeah. I use kind of a lot of static variables, but I put registering them here. I don't know what's best. I was told one day to do it like that and it makes entering play mode a little bit faster. I don't know if that's true. I hope it is because that was gonna make me feel a lot stupid if it's not true at all. I've been doing that on a lot of scripts. It's very annoying to do. Yeah, but it still reload the domain like a lot. Like this was me just saving a script where I deleted like one space, which feels kind of weird. Yeah, yeah, that's why I'm using like in my lobby menu, I have a static variables to track who's like a player and a spectator when they join the lobby. That way I can just, you know, always have an access to them pretty much. And they only get reset when you exit the lobby or quit the game. So I reset them when you enter a new lobby. That's it. To reset static variables, yeah. So it probably makes, yeah, it probably does make it faster. I'm sure it probably adds a lot of bugs too in terms of that you wouldn't have if you just built it. Um, yeah, yeah, it works. I do like not having the domain reload option checked. Says me the moment the domain reloads. All right, for each. So when we get into this level, that's the next kind of thing is to assign a spawn location to each player. Um, so I got my rooms here. Those are my dungeon rooms. So first things first. Is there parallel Mac for Windows? I think so. I think you can probably do it. No, opposite. Install macOS Virtual Machine on a Mac with Apple Silicon. Yeah, I don't know if you have. Maybe an older version of it, but you probably have to buy the Mac stuff, which could come to be pretty expensive. Gray screen with a mouse. Oh. Yeah, I mean, install Windows or another OS and click continue. Install macOS Bixter.app. Okay, so I think you probably could on the Mac. Yeah. You just have to find to get your hand on like the, you know, OS. Um, no. I almost did something really bad on the stream. So if I go up here, is it in my configure stuff? No, it's in here. Control center, I think it is. Yep. I do like Mac. I think so. When it comes to playing games, I absolutely hate Mac because there's nothing. But they are trying to change that. It's just gonna take a while because there's not a lot of player base on Mac. Their new chips are pretty cool. The M1 stuff. But overall, I just like the way it flows better than Windows. I feel like it's just because I've had it for so long, it feels more, I feel used to it, so it makes it harder to go to another OS. Yeah, so you could, yeah, download macOS free systems. You should be able to. Yeah, especially now with like the stuff that is going on, it's a little bit ridiculous. The new stuff that they've done for third-party apps, where like you have to go and then click open. Like if you download any apps online, like it's like the process of validation to put third-party apps on the Mac ecosystem is kind of, it's just annoying. But when it comes to programming, I tend to like the Unix stuff better for some reason. I think it's just that I grew up with doing it on on the Mac. 20 cents every donut. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're doing the same thing that Unity has tried to do. It's pretty nuts. It's ridiculous. Yeah, at least Unity, I feel like the community is pretty vocal when they do something that's a little weird. They do tend to listen to the community. They have to yell. You have to yell a lot, but it got reverted into something that makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, it's weird. It sucks that the companies are able to just pull a change like that, and there's really nothing you can do. Like Apple has just decided that this is how they were doing business now, and United against Unity was funny. The amount of hate they got was, that was, I feel bad because the hate went onto the wrong people. Like the hate went onto like the Unity developers are just trying to make the app work, not the like, not really the executives that try that. But Apple just doesn't care. Yeah, just doesn't care. It is. I mean, it's the company that was saying the customer doesn't know what they want. Right? You have to show it to them. So it makes like it's the same train of thought. It's the same train of thought, but at least now you've got a little bit more like as bad as Epic Games can be and all that stuff. At least Team Sweeney is fighting a little bit against Apple. There's not a lot of other people. Maybe Spotify, the guys from Spotify are fighting too. They're the biggest. They're the one with the most to lose, though. But oh no, don't worry. I like having someone to talk to. uh, But also I can talk and still do this. The stuff that I'm doing right now isn't super complicated. Maybe what we'll do here is assign like 4. I have 4 current viewers. Wow. Hello, everyone. Yeah, Apple's doing stuff sometimes a little crazy, especially the fact that there's no cap on their fee right now. It's just like 20 cents every download. For each room, I think I kind of want to sort this player list into like randomly sorted. I think there's a system that links stuff for this to randomly sort, to like randomly arrange the list that you already have. Maybe not though. Spawn rooms is going to be dungeon rooms where x get type is the same as the this one. Yeah, thank you for coming and stopping by. Good luck on your yeah, good luck on your journey too. Thank you. Good luck on your journey to put the Goofy Climber on Steam and other Play stores. Spawn rooms here. And then let's go find let me bring that back up a little bit, because there's going to be some unfun Googling for a little 5 seconds. Oh, okay, well, that's a good way of doing it. All right, so list of player is going to be equal to players lobby menu dot players in lobby dot values dot I thought you had just a way to grab the values. It's #1 selection on Google. Get all values from dictionary. Yeah, you do that. Players. Oh, it's a list already. Duh. Okay. Then we'll do order by, and then I think it was like GUID dot new GUID. And this dot to array should give you an array of player, and then we'll have for int I equals 0 to I, I under or equal to under spawn rooms dot length. Because what if you have 4 spawn rooms? All right, let's do it like that. For spawn rooms dot length I plus plus. These, when we generate the things, we'll have to generate and set all the rooms before the start function. But we'll make sure to have all of them for now. Then in here, sorry, we'll do from players.length. Then we'll do players I dot get components. No, sorry, dot set player to the new spawn location, which is going to not be we'll add an offset from spawn here plus offset from spawn plus new vector y blah blah blah. That way here we'll do so the dungeon room already assign room is going to be equal to if I is greater or equal than spawn rooms dot count, the length. Then in here we are going to get spawn room index, which is going to be equal to I modulo, or this, I don't know how you pronounce it in English, but that's going to do set room index yeah, and then set player to spawn room index dot spawn location, right? Oh wait, they should be spawn room. And then if already assigned room, we'll add a new vector tree that is going to be 2.5 towards the this is forward, so 2.5 on the y, right? On the z, sorry. 2.5f. All right. And then in here, we'll also do spawn room index dot assign room to players I. So we'll assign the room to this player, and then we'll set the player inside the room, and that should essentially do it. But what we could also do is just remove that. In the assigned rooms, we'll also add player here dot set player at the spawn location, and like that. That's going to be a lot better. And essentially, so what we're doing when we assign a room, we set the portal to be linked to this player. If we've already assigned this room, sorry, if we've already assigned, So if we've already assigned this player to a room, then we reassign him to this room. Otherwise, we just add the player and this room. Then we set the portal to be this player, and we set the player to be located in this room, and to also kind of reset everything that's happened here. So when you here, you prioritize this camera, you set init up there, and it should all work like this. And in here, we'll want to do so for every players. So there should be 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4 players. We're going to want to go through all of them and assign a room to each of them. The room that we assign is going to be the next one in the list, because the players are going to already be mixed around. So the players, that's not going to be player index 1, that's going to be randomly using this list to randomly assign players to different rooms. And yeah, that should work. And then in here, we'll create a function that we called private void assign spawn rooms. Well, we put this in here, and here when we start, we will assign spawn rooms. And when we assign the spawn rooms, let's make this one, why is the guild manager here? Set player spawn. Oh, no. Yeah, this should be vector3.0 by default. Let's make it null instead. No, of course not. You know what? We're not even gonna do this. In the so in the player room, we set the transform position and rotation to be this one. And then we deactivate the kinematic. So, all right, let's leave it like that. And default of vector3 is always going to be 0, right? if default, I'll just do this. Else, we'll do that again. But instead, we'll do offset from spawn. There we go. I don't know if that really makes a difference, but in my head it does. Just want to make sure that I don't add a random value. So let's see, now we've got our entrance here. That's going to be our unique spawn room. So in here, let's add this as a spawn room first. Let's make sure we've got our floors. We can do set rooms. Oops. Look at that. This is already set everywhere. We'll remove this. We'll remove this. We'll add a spawn room. In this spawn room here, Dungeon Manager, private void set rooms. We do an init here. Find parents. Let's make a private virtual void here. Find elements. Find elements. Okay. Private virtual, sorry, it's going to be protected virtual void find elements. And when we go into our spawn room, because I don't really want to do this for each of them, one will do a protected override find elements. No, find elements. And then in here, what we'll do is add a header called I don't know if we actually want to do that because it's gonna be in props, right? Yeah, it's always gonna be in props. So we'll find the props one, then we'll set the props, the door, okay, and then we'll add our spawn location. So let's do create empty spawn location here. That's just a transform that we don't really care about. It's gonna be set right here, -2, -2. It's gonna be set right here, and then in here, so we'll have this spawn location that is gonna be kind of the same as this. Spawn location, and then we'll have our m loot portal equal get components in children point conversion portal that we are going to rename because that's a horrible name to loot portal. Much better. And that I think should set and find all the elements we need. I'm hoping we don't have to do like a recursive search amongst all the different ones. I would like not to. If we go here, okay. Did it do what it is we wanted it to do, or they go through the parent itself? Okay, it went through the parent because context menu find elements. So if I just do set rooms here, no, it does it here. Okay. So set rooms, the loot portal. Okay. Did it set it? I don't think it did. Oh, it did. Cool. All right. So it does. Great. So now we got our spawn door and our spawn locations. And in our dungeon room here, we'll do our header. We'll just call it parents. Cool though. So that should work. And then when we launch the room, we'll have our spawn room in here. We'll have at least one that gets returned as a spawn room, one that gets returned as a treasure room, a dungeon room. Yeah, I think we should be kind of decent. So when the dungeon manager pops, we assign spawn rooms. When we assign spawn rooms, we'll get all of them. We'll order the players by new GUID. And then, okay. The question is, I kind of want a serialized field, private player. Hey, how are you doing? Random players. Just for debug. Hi, Ground Boots. Just for debugs, I kind of wanted to have that in there just to see if it actually orders them weirdly or if it doesn't. But now to answer the questions, it's going pretty good. We've got a lot of progress on this little project. Mainly, now we've got like a simple UI that we design. So we'll have, so they're world UIs. Like you can move them, incline them however you want, and then Thiago is going to design the scene that goes around it, so that it looks nice. Like it's going to be kind of like it's very inspired by Party Animals, this UI. So it's going to be like, you know, two adventurers chilling at a tavern or something like that. Then you click custom, it changes to the lobby, and it's going to be something different here, and it will move the scene like that. But you can have two players that join the game, starting the game, it fades away, fades back. We have our apply save game data here that gets pushed, and we wanted to do that because, yeah, so it gets stopped here. Okay. Then you've got players. So player one, you can pick however you want to look. So this will change, obviously, but I want a pirate like this for this one. And for this guy, I'm gonna do the Goblin Chief. All right, and now we've got our first issue. Specified cast is not valid. Oh, because the dungeon, yeah, obviously not. Okay, so it's making the game crash, so that's not good. Nope. Okay, so essentially the cast here doesn't work. So what we'll do is we'll change this back to safely cast dungeon room. Yeah, let's try it like that. If not, we'll cast each element as a spawn room, and I think it should do the trick just as well. So let's clear this. Let's restart it. Then we'll do ready and ready. Okay. Now we have a problem, and it's not the same problem because now spawn rooms is null. Dungeon room 8, get type. Okay. So you're telling me spawn room has nothing at all. Even the dungeons rooms has 8. Why? Of course it's not going to change here because spawn room's length is null, so it can't happen. So let's do it like this. Dungeon room, and then in here our spawn room is going to be equal to spawn rooms dot spawn room index as a spawn room, and this is going to be spawn room. Yeah, bummer. Yeah, I do also, I kind of like the way of like, I like relying a little bit more on, so I don't really like doing UI design, if I'm being very honest. So we kind of took the party animal style stuff and kind of reproduced a lot of the features that they had, a little bit simplified. Like here they don't have, like in party animals you can have like 4 teams and do all that stuff, but we kind of just wanted to have the base ground of the lobby stuff that we would hopefully want to have in the game. But we really liked kind of like how they did it, where everything is kind of very minimal. Like there's not a lot of actual images in the game. Like the profile pictures that are at the bottom are gonna have to be like actually done. But like the ready up and stuff like that, this is just, you know, materials and stuff, so we don't have to have a lot of Photoshop included in it. Okay, worked a little bit better, except the issue is the issue is that we had no spawn rooms at all in here. So if we go to rooms, our random players are assigned randomly because it should have been 1 and 2, so that's good. But we don't have spawn rooms. So let me change it real quick again. We'll just have a rooms thing here, and I just kind of want to see and get a feeling of how we of where we at with this thing, because I'm not sure why it wouldn't assign any rooms. But yeah, going back to the UI, we really like the... Okay, actually, yeah, let me finish this and then I'll finish my thought on the UI stuff. So there is a spawn room. So why is it not assigning the player? Well, I mean, it obviously is assigning the player, but then the spawn room, spawn location is not going through. Assign room, set player. All right, let's put a breaker here, reload this and restart it. But yeah, so going back into it, I like that the UI of party animals, and that's why we kind of picked that one as a, you know, inspiration. I like the way they do transitions and how you can have, you know, like the camera do most of the work. Like in Wild Aaron's Hut, when we did it, we ended up having to do a lot of animations of the UI actually like moving out and then moving down and then rotating and then filling up and doing funny stuff. But here it can just like the UI fades, but the camera kind of does the work of like transitioning to the right spot, and I kind of really like that vibe. So we've got our spawn room that's entrance 1, sorry. And our player is going to be player 1. We assign the room. Contains key, it doesn't. And then loot portal going to be assigned to this player. Oh. Then if we set the player here, spawn location is not null. But this is. And I think I know. So now the position is -2, 0.75, -2. So it does work. And then player is assigned room 1. All right, so one thing we're gonna do first off here, player 1, it would have to be -2, like -2, 0.75, -2. It would be like here. And it would work. Right? But because then we set it up as a rigid body, I think then it updates the thing to be up there. So instead, I think if we go and do in our player, in the set player, instead of doing it on the transform, we'll do it on the rigid body itself. And then I'm going to make sure pause equal, sorry, pause equal this. If offset not equal to default, then pause plus equal the offset from spawn. And the M rigid body is then going to be equal to pause. Okay. All right, sorry. Yeah, less about having extravagant UI stuff and more about getting the player into the game seamlessly. Yeah, exactly. Getting into the game seamlessly, and also I feel like it makes you, it's kind of hard right now, but it kind of gives you, it honestly, no, I don't have any more like design way of why it's better, but I do like it. I just like the feeling of it. I like that there is also kind of, it's a lot more work to set it up, but like this camera thing, I didn't do anything to have that, and I do think I like the way it looks of having it come and pan down, which was totally not supposed to happen if I'm being very honest. All right. Now we have the right position. We can move with that guy, and then we can move with that guy. Cool. This is me moving two cameras at once. That's a little tough. But yeah, we do have a little something, and now it gets to be played. The only issue is that where did my sword go? Something happened to that sword. Let's find it straight with this again. Yeah, so if we get the points from this guy, but if we go from this guy, and here, I don't think we will get the points. Yeah, no. So that's an issue. It's easy to fix though. Loot portal. Link player is equal to the player.link, and we set the link player only. Okay. Thank you. I'm excited for Thiago to come and like do the actual scenes, because with the scenes I think it's gonna feel a lot better. We're only using the link player there, so yeah, let's just not do it like this. Let's do a private list of players called portal owners. Using system.link, right? No, system.collections.generic is the list. Yep. So if there is no portal owners, we're gonna make a new portal owners, and then portal owner. Why? No. If portal owners equal to no, and portals is blah blah blah, then we'll do if portal owners dot contains player to link equal false. Then actually we'll just leave it like this, call return here, and otherwise we'll just do a dot add player to link like that. And then in here we'll do this. So if it's grabbable, if it's a ghost, we'll do that, and then bool what happened here? Grabbable the last owner. There we go. Or let's just do it this. Portals not equal to no, and portals dot contains last owner is equal to false. So what's gonna happen is if it's null, then we return. If it's a ghost, then we're gonna return. If it's equal to null, then we're going to return, will be fine. And if it's not equal to null and we do not contain this last owner, we're going to return and stop there. Otherwise, we're going to vacuum the grabbable. And that essentially is going to let us do teams at some point if we want. Because if we want, we'll be able to just calculate each player and add like in here, right, in the loot portal. I'll do, object grabbable, but if it's a team, I can do on complete, no, why is it increase gold here? If the last owner is not equal to null, then we can just increase the gold of the last owner. But if it's a team portal, then we can increase the gold of everything that's tied to this team, which could be a fun way of doing it. Like assigning multiple people to that same spawn room would essentially create a team. And then I would just change the colors, and that would be it. We'll just also probably deactivate, put them in the same layer. Yeah. The only issue is that if we have 4 people assigned to this team, so it's going to be here, then 2.5, then 2.5, and then 2.5 is going to be in the wall. So I think we should make them in a little square. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, and they just come out here. So what's going to happen is the spawn location is going to be here instead. And then -1. Then the first one that spawn is going to be z -2. And then it's going to be, okay. So in our spawn room, here, player's assign is going to be modified by this. So now vector 3 offset from spawn is going to be equal to vector 3.0. Or do we want to have it be switch? Because essentially we're going to have at least 2 spawn rooms and at most 4 players per room. So what we can do is do like a switch. Oh, come on, I forgot. A return. Switch, no. I forgot how you write it. Let me see if I can find it. I think I have it in another line of code. Open in while you're inside. Switch value, I think it is. Switch value like this. No. Switch, not swatch. Switch value return. I think it's supposed to be like that. No. Guess not. All right, let's just Google it instead. Wow, that is so not helpful. Not using that. Players assign room return. No. Switch. Then in here it's going to be case 1 return new vector 3 vector 3 0 0 2.5f 2f no -2f. No, that doesn't work. I knew it was there somewhere, but initialize or expected, yeah. I think if I do, I'm gonna do something, and I'm gonna try to see if I can force the editor to actually do it for me. Equal vector 3 back, and then break, and case 2 offset from spawn equal new vector 3 2.5, right? 2 in the x, 2 0 0, and a break. And I think here, if you go, nope, and then here you'll just do offset from spawn. I thought you could do it like that, but apparently you can't. Oh yeah, you can. Look at this. I'm gonna find it. Initializing field by default value is redundant. Yep. Just waiting for it to compile. There we go. That's how you do it. New, that's gonna be 2 2 here, no, sorry, -2 here, then 0 here, and if we have 3, it's going to be 2 and -2 here, so it's going to be like a little square, and then here it's going to be vector 3.0. I could not find a way to properly Google how to do that, so I just ended up tricking the code editor into doing it himself. Itself. Okay. Still works, but we're not there at the point where it breaks yet. And now they should be okay. I think that's right. But I would like them to be the opposite. Yeah, I think that's good. I think it works pretty well. And it comes into a circle and it's fine. And then we could even do like serialized field privates. Let's do even a range from 1 to 3, and private float distance from previous, from a distance, offset distance. That way we don't have to set like 3 different negative offset distance. This is offset distance, this is offset distance, and then negative offset distance. Cool. Okay, and then the only thing that I would have liked to have is instead of having them face the back, have them face the front. And I thought that using the spawn rotation here, we would be able to face forward. So if you rotate it by 90 degrees here, I thought it would work, but apparently I was wrong. So if you join, and then we're going to say validate for this guy. No, if you could, please, sir. Okay. And then here, We'll ready up. Yeah. It got worse. Why did it get worse? That's an interesting issue that happened. But you know what? I will make it so okay, this is gonna be 0, and we will act like we have not seen anything, and it's gonna be 0. Sorry, let's just make it 0. There we go. So it's gonna be 0. Oh, no, it's fine. We can leave it like that. And in here, we'll make the offset distance. Let's make it 2.5. Because I think the offset distance before was just 0. Oops. But at least now it lets me use the right buttons. So let's keep trying once more. If I go down, press ready up. Okay, it works. It's a little weird though. Could be a little bit more offsets if I'm being very honest. Like, yeah, like this is -2 and this is -2.5. But I could see it being maybe a little bit further. Like if we made it, maybe if we made it the spawn location still at -1, still -1, and then we'll make this maybe 3, because that way it will end up being -1, and then that's -2, 3 is here, then it'll be here, then it'll be here. So I think that's nice. Okay, and now the last thing we want is when we set the player, the last skewed direction input, transform that forward. Okay, so if our spawn location is this rotation, what if I made this commented, and let's see what happens when we do it like that. Oh, okay. Swear this is not my fault. This is Unity, yeah. Unity here. All right, now we relax a little bit while the editor launches back up. Water break. All right, it's back. Oh, and I opened the wrong one. Damn it, I will accidentally open the Wild Yarns hard one. We wanted this one instead. Oops. Allow. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. No, I didn't want to press play here. But now that it puts me this new error, I kind of want to look into it. Yeah, if there's no player, it's not going to be any player, huh? Yep. Which, how would I do it then? I would find probably in the platform, I would try to find another player. Yeah. Oh well. Custom game, press F and start. Then we should be going to the scene. Go down, ready up. Ready up. Ready up. Okay. Gets slightly a little bit better. So the transform, the rotation is going to be transform. So that's what I don't really get is if the rotation of this spawn location is the same, it should be 0, 90, 0. And the player here should go to 90. And it should point that way. So why is it backward? Is it because they're 0? Are they negative 90 when they first show up, I suppose? So if in the player, instead of having transform forward, can we have a M rigid body? Dot forward? No. Dot last Q direction input. Okay. So you know what? We could do it like that. Now I kind of want to try to see if this works, because I ended up, because I think when we do the transform, we're still using the transform from the previous update, which is the one that's facing the camera and end up facing towards the door. But I think if we use it like this in the custom game, we add a new player. I'm hoping it doesn't break anything here. No, they're still looking straight dead on. We ready up? Okay. Well, I mean, at least we've got some progress. It's kind of a peculiar way to start an adventure, laying on your back. Because it's negative 90, 0, 0. They're just napping, yeah. They're just like, this one is like, I don't want to go. Which, a solution to do to this, if I don't want to fix the bug, is to just make the spawn location little beds. And that will work. But, yeah, why is the rotation 90 over the X? Yeah, it adds a world building or like story building. Probably not. 0 and 90. Yeah, I have no idea why it's doing it like that. None. I'm going to do it differently, where instead the player, if I don't have the last skewed direction input be this. Alright, what if I make it new vector 3 0 90 0? I want to see what happens if I do that, because if that ends up becoming that they're lying on the oh, it should be. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I think it makes sense. It will be that they're laying on their back because we're telling them that the last skewed input was straight up. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're doomed to having them on their back again. Yep. Because rigid body rotation quaternion dot look at rotation, I think maybe something like that. Last skewed direction input should be last skewed movement input, okay, but that's a vector 3, and when it's the m vector, okay, wait, I'm doing something terrible right now. On throw set player, that's not what we want, this one. Okay, skewed directional inputs. So if it's looking forward, it's gonna skew it to be like looking up to the map to the corner like this. No, sorry, if it's looking forward, yeah, it's gonna skew to look up like that. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how to fix that. If I have a quaternion direction, how do I make it so that I end up getting a quaternion, like a skewed movement input? Right, like how do I transform essentially a look rotation into the input itself? Okay. This is where we're getting into maths with quaternion, and I have no idea how to solve it. We set the rigid body rotation to spawn location, not rotation. Okay, let me check one thing. What if I do this and this? I think if I don't reset the state, it's gonna end up making, not activating this, you know, like direction rotation thingy. Okay. This is why this UI needs to look nice, because you end up looking at it forever. Okay, now it works. Because we're not using the state. So now it works. So how do I get how do I get the So, because essentially what happens here is that the rigid body is getting updated here. But then down here, we were using transform.forward, which would cause the issue so this post that I had here was saying to look at and do vector3 dot forward times rigid body dot rotation. But that doesn't work. Oh, because the new rotation, yeah, the new rotation is a Euler. The rotation, the vector3 dot forward. So wait, why does it not work? Cannot apply operand to unity. Oh, that's why, because this should be Euler angles, right? You can't multiply two vectors, right? So, because it's actually not the rigid body that you're using, it's the span location dot rotation, but it is not, because you cannot apply a multiplication between a vector3 and a quaternion. Yeah, no, that can't work. So let's try to find another post. I'm gonna use a different one here. Get rotation after rigid body update unity. Get transform dot forward I could also do move rotation, which I think should set when the character is falling, yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, so essentially I learned something now, because what was happening is that the quaternion needs to be first and the vector3 afterwards, and the order of operation actually matters, because the quaternion rotates the vector and the vector can't rotate the quaternion. So you learn new things every day with quaternions. This sounds like it's something that would be pretty simple and that I should have known. It's probably my fault not to have known, but it feels weird. It feels weird, and now we are hoping to have our goblin and our warrior facing away from the door. Yes, it works. This little guy is just looking away, and the other guy rotated accidentally. But okay. Cool. Thank you. Have a good, thank you for hanging out with me a little. Good luck with what you need to focus on. we did find a solution right before you left, so that was great. And yeah, I think that's relatively decent. Awesome. And then if you hold the button, oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting conundrum because they're rotated up. So now that they're always up like that, that's something to fix. So essentially, when you go into dungeons, you've got props. In your props, you've got swords. In swords, you end up having a template, which is actually game manager templates. Nope. It was called the UI, and it was called loot information canvas, like that. And then the gold info is 100 up. I think we want it at 0. And we want this loot info panel that is here. Okay, wait, actually I need to redo it real quick. S1 start. So let's redo it. We're gonna go there. We're gonna select ready up. Okay. Then when we ready up, we are going to go here and we are going to throw this thing out. Oh yeah, now it's 0, 0, 0. Okay, 0, 0, 0. Perfect. That's what we wanted. So now we wanted essentially rooms, throwing practice, props. No, where is that potato sack? Sack, I think it's called. Yeah, dungeon sack, dungeon 4 or 3. Not this one. Dungeon 4. Nope. What's this guy called? Here. This is the one I want. Oh, it's a don't destroy unload right now. That sucks. Oh, we have to fix that. That's horrible. Yep. That's bad. That's bad, bad, bad. Okay, well, let's just leave it like that for now. Then we have this loot info, which goes at 0, 0, 0, and we want essentially this guy here, the gold info, to go higher up to like 100. And if it does, then it can update like that. But now, let's imagine I'm picking this guy up, and I'm gonna send him. Okay, no, maybe you. Yeah, there you go. Now it's on the floor. This sword. This sword that's on the floor. Now, if I make this 100, it's gonna go further down inside. I mean, not inside, but further up like that. So we want it to be transform that forward. Because now, wait, the forward vector of this sword is down like that. Huh. All right. I think I know, but a couple things. First, let's fix the fact that when you throw something, it goes back into the room that you want it to not be in, into the the scene that you don't want it to not be in. So let's do throw objects. Object to throw the transform set parent no. So here transform that set parent becomes no. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're going to add up here a private scene. Nope, just a scene, just a regular scene from scene management. Private scene m starter scene, and the starter scene is going to be in the start function where we'll have init after delay. So the init after delay like that. Because that will allow us to, in here, go game object dot move scene, I think it is, scene management dot move to scene, or scene management move scene, something like that. It's gonna be in the throw physics, line physics projection, throw line physics projection, move scene, scene manager, move game object to scene. It's gonna be like this: scene manager, move game object to scene. This the game object to the starter scene. Because we don't want them to be in the don't destroy unload. That would create horrible issues. That is going to end up being really weird and hard to debug, because we won't realize until, because no one would do something quite that weird. All right. So that fixes this issue. And then loot information UI. How can you be always? I mean, you could do vector3.up, right? And then we'll call that gold info parent. called info parent, like this. Then when we go in here, reveal UI, game object to set active reveal. Okay, so let's do in fixed.dates. If game object dot active in hierarchy equal false, return. We don't want it, but actually I don't think that really matters. So let's just leave it. Doesn't hurt. So now we want to find the point on the screen and put it right above where that point is. So object screen pause is going to be equal to this dot transform dot parent dot game up dot parent, right? This dot transform dot parent. I think it's going to be like that. So it's going to be okay. Now this is where I'm getting a little weird. Game object layer. Okay, so okay, we've got the index and we've got the loot here. So let's do two privates, grabbable objects, m linked objects, and then privates int player linked player index, like that. And actually we'll just do player linked player here. That way we'll have the linked object and the linked player. And here we'll do m linked object equal loots, and m linked player is going to be equal to so we've got our players from UII, right? So let's just do player manager dot local players dot count greater than the index, greater or equal to the index, right? Then it's going to be null, and otherwise it's going to be player manager dot local players index. No, index dot value. But because it's sorry, it's going to be element at I index dot value. So if there's, it's no, okay, if this or the link player is equal to null, or the linked object is equal to null, then we're going to just return because we don't care about it. Like that. Then this is going to end up being m link player dot player cam dot world to screen point into learn to viewport point from position from world space into viewport space. And now I forgot. Let's try viewport point. No. Let's try screen point. And that's going to be the linked object dot transform dot position plus vector 3 up, and then we'll do gold info parent dot transform dot position equal object screen position. No, isn't that rect transform should be a transform, right? So no. Okay, wait a minute, because it might have been just easier to just do it like that. Let's see what happens if I do it like that. Alright, let's just go through the regular process and maybe we'll catch something that's different and needs to be fixed. Oh, god damn it. Load information UI, I forgot to link the UI everywhere before testing it. Oops, this should be here, and now let's try it again. Also, that's totally not going to be the case. It's going to be if index is greater or equal to the player.local player count. Okay. Okay. Did I discover a new bug, or was that supposed to be the same characters twice? Okay, and if I do this and then I run into it? No, what if I do it here? Ah, there we go. Okay, look at this. It was that simple. We rotated it. This is gonna fall. Falls on the left. Yeah, it was just that's simple. That's, you love seeing this. Let's try the soar too. Cool. Yeah, I'm good with that. Personally, it looks fine, looks decent. It's just sitting on top of the object. It's high enough that you don't really care about how quick it is. So yeah, we'll do it like that. And we'll just maybe modify this. We'll make it time offset distance. And the offset distance is gonna be in here, serialized field, private, float, offset distance, and it's going to be equal to 1 at first. Okay, and that should be good. Okay, now let's figure out why. So custom game, and I'm gonna join with this controller. I'm gonna press start. Okay, and now why can't I use this until this one? This is gonna be the female up. Now I can use it, which is kind of bizarre if you ask me. And then here they should be both different. They are both different. Okay, this is good. Okay. Okay, this is kind of fun. It works fine here, and if Miss he comes here, yeah, and if it goes down there, and then I go back up here. Okay, cool. So it ends up making it a little bit more, a little bit simpler, because in here we can just get rid of the link player down there, get rid of this over here, get rid of this over there, and make this just like that. And that should be good. Okay. So now another thing that I wanted to check is why this works, but the other one doesn't. Default throw. If it does work, it's gonna work, and that's gonna be fine. Yeah, see, this mouse aim works, but if I do UI points, all of a sudden, oh, it still works. If I use UI point now, see why? Why is it that? I don't care about it that much. We'll just leave this to be default aim, default mouse, and default throw is going to be like this. Point and click. And then when we go to the player here, our player multiplayer event system, we're gonna have our default mouse aim and our default click to be here. Okay, exit prefab mode, enter play, press play, join in here. If I go here, it works, and if I exit game, it works. Then we're gonna press play again. Tutorial doesn't work, custom game works, press X, then press start, then we wait. Okay, and now I can't select them. I can move, but I can't select, and here I cannot move. Multiple player input manager. There should only be one player input manager. Okay, is that because of it? Seriously? So like S2 guild, if I deactivate my player manager here, and in my dungeon, let's deactivate it too. Yeah, there's 76 errors here, but that's not what we wanted. Let's go now, start scene. So let's do custom game. I can still click back, forward, press X. Pointer redacting action. Okay, pointer related action used with the UI input module should generally be set to pass-through type so that the model can properly distinguish between input from multiple pointers. Okay, so which one is the pass-through type? Pass-through. This is pass-through as well. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. Pointer related action should generally be set to pass-through types so that the module can properly distinguish. What doesn't include pointer? Okay, I mean, yeah. Not sure. So at least the good thing is that even if we had this on, that kind of broke it. It wasn't that big a deal and it wasn't the issue. So I'm happy about that. However, why is it that, oh, single, wait, all pointers as is. And if I do this as UI point and this as UI click, and then in here, I think we're just gonna remove all these guys because we don't want a pen, we don't want a touchscreen, this, and X or controller, we don't want that. Track device position and rotation, we don't really want that either. The right click is good, mirror click is good, scroll wheel is good, cancel is fine, the submit is also good, and the navigate is good as well. So okay, send navigation event, drag threshold, cursor, lock behavior, okay. Then in our UI stuff, we got all that. And our movement is a pass-through, stick aim is pass-through, this is pass-through as well, and the throw, that's I think what it should be pass-through. Should be a pass-through. Alright, let's see what changed by doing this. Okay. I don't think this was because of the change we made. I think that was just Unity being Unity. I might be wrong. I know I'm hoping I'm wrong because that kind of isn't a fun bug. I'm hoping I'm right because that's kind of annoying if that causes a crash like this. Like that's just a little overkill. So yeah, it's still a pass-through, control type button. Okay, let's just try it like that. This time it didn't explode. Okay. And in our event system, I still want our UI points and our UI point. Yeah. Save. Okay. Synchronize our pin, put multi-touch and track. Okay. All pointers as is. Okay. It's really not liking this, huh? Really wants the default mouse and okay. Okay. I guess it is what it is. And in here we'll just we'll just do the same thing. Default mouse aim and default throw. Okay, custom game, press start. Okay, so player and player, player and player, UI and UI. This guy. Selecting the right one. But a single. Showing fails as read only because current action seems to be created by a script and assigned programmatically. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so could the issue be our UI move? Like, what if I make our default movement to be this? In that case, S1 start, press custom, press X, press start. No, now it's just not working whatsoever. And it's also not working here. Okay. So it wasn't definitely not that. So let's just fix it back there. So why is it that UI navigate and UI submit? Huh. Sorry, I'm gonna restart it one more time. This time with another thing, another setup. So right now I have controller on player 1 and that works, but that doesn't work. So it's player 1 and then it's player 2. I'm kind of confused as to why. Could player 2? No, that's good. What are the two differences between that one and that one, right? No, it's clearly that one of them is not moving, not registering any movements. And I'm a little confused as to why. Could it be because of this event system at first? Okay. Still works fine. The mouse still doesn't work. This works, but this still doesn't work. Okay, I'm confused. Highly confused. But let's make UI point here and UI click here. That's what they want, right? And if you press play, none of them are going to work, and that is because the UI here, I believe that. No. Oh, because now it's out of there, yeah. So yeah. Yeah, okay. So you essentially here you need that event system for sure. Okay, so you need the event system here, and that's how it is. Send pointer over to parent. No, and advanced cursor. Okay. Okay, now that works. And if I move here, if I go back, then I take control here, press X. Now if I click the mouse, then press start, it's all good. Okay, so it does work up until you get to here. And now only the bottom event system. What the fuck? Why is it working now? Oh, it's working. I have a feeling it was because of this event system being all pointers as is. But let's see. Now controller is player 2. That's not working. Player 1 and player 2 is still not working. Okay, so there's another issue so it's basically if we change, then we press custom, then we press F, and now it's the keyboard that is going to be player 2. Now it doesn't work, now it works, and now it works. Okay. So why is it that the previous one, that's player 1, that's player 2, but then if you yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why that one worked all of a sudden, the other one didn't. But you know what we're gonna do? We are going to make this is going to be what is this called? A scriptable object, right? This is a scriptable object. So we're gonna make a folder called scriptable objects. And we're going to move our player action to it. We're going to move our physics category name to it. We're going to take our resources, our custom blend, our do tween settings, and our skins database. And now do tween settings, do I really need them to be up there? Or can I move them in like the plugin Demi Giants do tween? Yeah, I can probably move them back to here, right? Yeah. Okay. And player actions are here, and then we'll copy and paste, and this will be start menu actions. It's gonna have just that, and it's gonna be just here, and it's gonna be just UI point and UI click, just like that. Then our player actions and our start menu actions, which are now up there, are going to drop. This is going to drop default, and this is going to save. So like that. Then in our event system, we're going to make start menu actions up there. Now let's press play and see what broke. Action map must be contained in states. What? What the? Okay, don't stop pausing every time there's an error. Does that mean what does that mean? Action map must be contained in states. I'm not sure. Okay. Sometimes you need a couple crash, and then it decides to work. Oh man, I have absolutely no idea what went wrong there. That's what scares me if it ends up working, because I almost rather it doesn't work and you need to have it like something dumb, like a player input link to it or something like that. Okay, it's up there. I kind of had a little moment of panic there. So our event system still has the start menu action. Let's see what happens here. And now it works fine. Okay, you can move it correctly. And I can point, I can select, I can join with another player. Also happen to just join with that thing. It's fine. Now the question is, okay, I can't move this. I can't move this. I can't press ready up, and I can't press ready up. So it only complicates and doesn't help the situation. So with that said, I'm gonna leave player input actions here. Okay, all pointers as don't work. Single mouse or pointer. But this works. Okay, and then if I do default mouse aim, now it should work. No, because I need to restart it. Default mouse aim and default throw. Okay, Now it works. Okay, 3, 2, 1, start. Wait, and there is no canvas group attached to, but a script is trying to access it. Yeah, because it's not in there. Because it's... Yeah, interesting. Okay, stop, start. M canvas group. So why did we not have this issue up until this very moment? Did something suddenly decide to break, or is it that I just didn't see this issue until now? Because yeah, there is no canvas group. But what are we using the canvas group for? We're using it a lot. So how come there isn't any canvas group? Well, I just add a canvas group. Now it should be fine. It should be no error that says canvas group missing. Can move here. Now we can also move here. So was that the issue? Let's just start over again. Custom game. Going to go back out. Custom game with the controller. I'm connecting with the keyboard, playing with the controller. Now, if I move with the controller, okay. All right, well, I mean, looks like it was that, because I can even, no, I can't do that. And that's because now with the wardrobe UI, you should be able to have player 2 UI wardrobe to block raycast. No. But yeah, I mean, I can do anything. Okay. All right, good to go then. But let me try to see now if canvas group p player in here we can do block raycast and then press play here, custom game, xpray, and then if you move, now it doesn't work. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but it looks like if I'm using the controller before playing, then it will be properly set up and I can move. No, not even. So now I can only move. So now, see, there's an issue because the canvas group here doesn't fade when it's the second one that says ready to start. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna put this up here in a serialized field like that. And we're gonna make sure that the proper one that are linked to each other. P player. Then in the wardrobe UI, we're gonna have the canvas group linked to here. I'm gonna press play, exit prefab, move here, custom game, exit, custom game, enter, start. Why is the second one not going like at all to 0 before playing? The canvas group, open, animation fade time, open is, yeah, I really don't know what's going on here. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, and I'm not exactly sure why one does and why one doesn't. But I have to say, it kind of feels nice once you do have let's try to go see if we can hit the goblin. Yep. And he can get up fine. Poor guy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it works. This is a little dark. I wonder... Oh, look at that. It's like certain, this thing here is not sending light on something that we want them to send light on. And I'm suspecting it should be default. Yeah. This is worth a little screenshot to send to our friend, the game artist, because I'm not exactly sure what's going on with this. Yeah, that's the photo we want. So and then why? Why does it do it like that? The lights, point light. There's no environmental light by any chance? Global volume. Lift. Whoa, nope. Gamma. Yeah, I mean that's the setting thing, right? I'm definitely gonna I like it a little bit brighter, but that's definitely gonna be something for the settings. Um, Gain too, but okay. Um, oh, that's because there's no directional light. No, I don't think there should be any directional light. I think it's deactivated on purpose. Mm, 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 mm. So I guess it's because I have too many lights apparently in the scene. And I'm not exactly sure how to fix it. But I think it's something that has to do apparently with too many lights on my setup. High strength bias. Go for it. And I'm okay. I mean that's really just a bug. If you add this directional light in, it shows up. It shows up fine, yeah, and yeah, I mean that's pretty much it, really. But this light, definitely we don't want it on. But then here we want it on, and then if I add this player here, character model, the player that is this goblin shaman thing that is on the layer player, if I make it default, then you see it here and you see it fine. But once you move closer to here, then it becomes really like bright up here. And then here there's also no light. And here there's a light, but I don't know where it comes from. So, I mean, I think the light that is the working together light, this point light here. Yeah, no, it's gonna be the green point light. The culling mask is missing the player one. But is that fine? Like, should you add player? Because in this case, if you add the player to all of them, if you add the player and remove the camera one and add the player, then it does it. But it's really bright in the middle. And I think you wanted indirect lighting. But just in case, this character thing, it should be player in anyway. And yeah, this dungeon thing, those are just beauty lights. Yeah, but it's just, they aren't supposed to. Yeah, but they're, so why is the like the player being, yeah, that's weird, right? It's like there's missing. You don't have audio, but I'll say that it's like it's missing the original, like the ambiance lights. Oh, great, you've turned audio on. Thank God. I was gonna say it feels like it's missing the like ambiance light, and then maybe I deactivated it by accident. Also, I try to play with gamma. I'm gonna have to find a way to grab this setting and putting in the setting, because I think this is the one we want to do for brightness, right? Yeah. I feel like I'm crazy too. I remember it having it everywhere, like. Exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, I feel like it had it, but I don't know where it went. Like, at all. It just fucking vanished. No, it's no. I know it. I know you're not crazy, because I remember the exact same thing. So it's either that or we had just a widespread hallucination. Maybe one of the pushes it reset to a basic ambient light somewhere and it got deleted. I mean, this is the only other one that I see as modifying anything. But I can try to see for it. It's good. It's just, wow. That was a terrible mess up. But I think it's just like, wait a minute. Totally unrelated, but I think this needs to go. This needs to go. It was a global light, ambient light, or something like that. Just so it's not. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not that big a deal because you're gonna end up redoing it, right? But it's a little annoying that it just disappeared. While you're here, here's a setup. So custom game. This is my controller. Press F to join another player, then press start to one little animation, the starting button. Starting the game, it loads up this scene. And here you can modify this character, or there's a bug right now where you have to have this player set his character before this player can set it. Don't know why it's happening, but I'll look into it. So like you can pick this up. I'll do the Queen here, and then in here I'll do the Viking Chief, and then it spawns you in a room, and then you can start playing. Yeah. Couple things though. I did change. I mean, the way this is the real spawn location. So like when you have only one player, it spawns it here. But if you have more player, it kind of like creates a circle of up to 4 people, so that they're all in front here like that. But I'm gonna modify it so that the spawn location is the middle, and then it adds an offset in both directions so that it's not, you know what I mean. Yeah, the light doesn't really matter because like we're going to redo the whole scenes and stuff like that. So like, yeah, there's some light flickering that almost makes it cooler for a dungeon thing, and we don't care. Here, yeah, it's weird, but like we're gonna redo it so you can look at it when we get to it. I just don't know if it was me or anything else, but I don't think so. And then I also corrected a bug where like if you were shooting something and it flipped around, then the gold UI would be here, but now it just always stays at the top of it, even if you flip it around here. Yeah, would be good. And if you want to send me a screenshot of the setting you had for the ambient light, that's good if you want. But yeah, it's weird. It's definitely weird. Alright, so while you do this, I'm going to go into our spawn room here. And here we're gonna change offset distance. So, so if we have, no, I think we're just gonna leave it like that. I don't think it really matters a huge deal. Yeah, I think it's fine like that. Whatever. But yeah, the other reason of like why this is why I need for some reason to have this thing turned on. I have no idea. I have got no clue. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, I also have the art scene test. But the directional light is also still gone. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it works on yours. So something was deleted, like an ambient light or something. Do you know which one it is for you that was deactivated? Because even the art scene test, I'm checking, yeah. Even this one, I feel like it's missing. Ugh. Not sure. Not sure. Because even here it looks fine. Even here it looks fine. And yeah. Could it be that it's the game manager? No, there's no light in the game manager. Nope. The card player model doesn't have a light either. So yeah, I am unsure. That was the shortcut to close the tabs. I'll do. If you alt and then click, it closes every tab. And if you alt and click, it opens every tab at once too. Such a quick. Also, I found a new one. I saw it pop up on Twitter, which I think I might go get it. It's basically a history window of your recently selected items, so that you can reselect them. Unity crashed, yeah. Mine crashed like 3 times today. So I think I'm just gonna install it, honestly. I license the MIT license, and we have the right to any pounds in obtaining this platform. Hi, Zato Potato. Thank you for following. We are currently looking at a really cool inspector tool, I guess, in an inspector window that was done by Adam Griou. That I'm gonna install because it looks absolutely super useful. Okay, let's go install it. Installation. Open the package manager and press the plus button. Oh, that's the epiphany sound. What happened? then we press the plus button, add from the git URL, and the git URL is this one. And then in the git URL, we're gonna paste this thing. We're gonna add. And now, how to use, open the history window via window channel history. Also, there was this this guy's version too. But I think I prefer the simpler window version. Go to Unity. Okay. Let me okay, go to Unity. I'm in Unity. The light thing. What's the light thing? This? Windows rendering lighting. Window rendering lighting. Oh, I don't like this. What did I mess up here? Environment. This, I suppose, the sun source, there's no light. Weird. Or could we add a sun source then and just give it like environmental lighting? This is what it's supposed to say, to not make it pitch black. Oh. Weird. Wait a minute. I think something's supposed to happen on the mesh, right? So like, maybe that's something we found a bug here. When we do the skin button, the way I'm doing the skin button, and when I select it is update the skin here, it's gonna take the mesh renderer 0, which is essentially it goes here, and it takes the mesh renderers here, so it's gonna take that. It takes that model, that skin mesh model, and it changes the shared mesh here to a different one. But that's it. And I'm wondering if it's maybe missing a step to make it work. You know what I mean? Like, do I need to also bake the mesh? Like every mesh that I change, do I need to also like bake it? Create a snapshot? No. Well, one way to test it, huh? Let me deactivate this and start from scratch. See if me changing the mesh is what caused an issue, but also I don't think so, because there's other points in the project where it doesn't look as dark for you as it does for me. Custom game, press X, then press start. 3, 2, 1. Press. All right, now it's not changing any mesh, so we're just gonna ready up. It hasn't changed any mesh at all right now. And let's see. No, okay, thank freaking God. It's not that, because it was annoying. If you remove, yeah. So question, is this thing here deactivated for you, directional light? Like, should it really be like this? No. Yeah. No, I don't know. So obviously it's not the mesh though. So I think that's fine. There isn't any light in my game turned on besides that. I do the same for yours. Okay. To see if it's light. this is debugging in Unity. Light. Should I start an actual scene or do it like that here? To see if it's lighting something. Alright. Alright, I'll just I'll start a scene so we can see it on the camera. Because I haven't made the scene do I haven't made the scene work without it. Okay, and now if I go into the room entrance and I deactivate that, right? There's some stuff missing. Yeah, it's lighting, but this thing here. And go to the environment. I was trying to go deactivate this torch, but I can't find it. Okay, whatever. Ambient color. Wait, where is environment? Just deactivate the props. Could I have messed up? Could I have messed up my simulation stuff here? Yeah, my props for this. Yeah, make the ambient, go to environment, okay. Make the ambient light white. Like this thing. Change the skybox to color. To this here, the material, you mean? Source, skybox, to color. Alright, so let me move this back to what it was and make this color. Change it to see color. Okay. So and there is lights. Let there be light. Yeah. Okay. And now there is light. Yeah. Okay, looks cool. Great. We fixed the bug. Hooray. So this should be color and saved. Is it because I have a camera here that has a skybox instead of a solid color? No, I don't think so. Let's just make sure it doesn't break more. If we press X here and we press start here. Okay, then we'll take our friend the painter, and here we'll take the samurai warrior. Okay, yeah, I mean now it still works. So that's great. Wait. Okay. Oh, it's gonna annoy me. Lighting. Environmental. It's still set to skybox. It's getting reset. At some point, it's getting reset. So I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna press start here. What's the color you sent me? Well, let me first check why this thing has decided to reset at some point. At some point, it's resetting. I'm looking at it like a hawk. It's resetting when you move to the guild. When you switch scene, it's resetting. So now if I move it to color, press F, press F. Okay, so it's resetting every time you change a scene. Yeah, that's gonna be annoying. Environmental lighting changes when switching scenes. Unity. Lighting is broken when loading scene from another scene. Okay. Most likely you need to build lighting in that scene. This is necessary even if you're not using backlighting. Just open up the lighting window and build the lighting. It should make another folder in the same directory as your scene, then it stores the lighting data in. I'm mostly unfamiliar with the rendering system that Unity 3D uses, as I have never used. Okay, so yeah, so I guess you have to light each scenes. By doing the second link. I gave up too quick. Here is what my scene looks like. But when I am loading it from another thing, it looks like this. All the shadows are missing. It looks like try restart Unity or rebake. Hey, can you show me what settings you have for the different scenes? For the game scene, yeah. And for the menu page, for yeah, it looks like you just have to bake for all of them. That's old, yeah. I mean, 2020. It's not that old. Try restart Unity. Your lighting data shows 0B, it's gone, plus you using Enlighten, which is deprecated. Yeah, please suggest what should I do here. If you look at real-time GI Unity, as no solution stands, wait till maybe they implement GI in Light. Wait till maybe they implement it. That's gonna get you far with Unity. Or any real engine, any engine really. Wait till they implement it. Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess you just have to have a lighting tab or something. Yeah. So dungeon. Source. Color. Save. Okay. Oh, I did something wrong here. Cancel. I don't want to do it. Yeah, alright. Oh shit. Something happened. Okay. Explosion, yeah. All right. I mean, yeah, I guess you just have to do it for every scene. Yeah. I mean, that's fine by me. It's just kind of annoying. We just have to make sure when we do when we've got bugs to make sure that this is set properly. It's fine. I cut the scene and I exited and it was fine. I think. Start. All right. No color. Color is still good. Color is still good. And then here I'm going to take the goblin. And color is still good. Okay. And now it looks like it is showing some stuff. Yeah. It does. It does make sense. It's that forum post, that second link, didn't make sense. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I just know I'm gonna be asking a second time, why is this broken? Why do I not see anything? And we're gonna spend another 30 minutes figuring out that we have to do it for every scene. It's it's gonna happen like that, and you know it. So now if I do window, general, history, look at that. This is gonna be great. I'm actually gonna move the history up here. So now we're going to save a layout. Save layout as default. Default. Actually, is there any windows that I want to quit? This one I'm gonna want to move up to here, knowing it. And this one, the package manager, I'll move it up to there. And actually, no, I don't want it there. Close tab, scene. Move that here, layout, save layout, default, save, overwrite, and then we'll save it to the Bontemps layout as well, overwrite, and then we'll save it to a file because regularly my Unity decides to destroy all of these. Preferred layout 2024. Okay, good thing. And so now I'll add the lobby menu. Look at this, you have the lobby menu that pops up in this beautiful scene, and I can join this. Perfect. Great. Great. Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good thing. The one thing that is not good is why when I go to my skin button, update skin, no, to my wardrobe UI, and I say ready up, check for readiness, set UI set to false, and then you check player's readiness. Then you load the scene, and I think that's where you kill the tweens. So kill the tweens, it's a little dark, but yeah, I think set UI opening animation dot on completes here maybe what we're gonna do is in the ready up set UI false and then mopenation dot on complete, and then we're gonna do this dot game object dot set active to false, and check for player readiness here. And I'm hoping that by doing this, it will create I will get to join start. The second one hopefully should fade out. So fade in. Okay. Move this. Ready up. Move this. Ready up. Okay. Okay. Maybe we can just make them a little faster to go out, in and out. But that's not that big of a deal. This I'm gonna rename to model or model mesh. There you go. Root, the character and the player, and this wardrobe UI is going to take 0.5f to fade away, and that's gonna be good. And then here start to dungeon setup to add one lobby wardrobe UI progress plus spawning in random spawn rooms. Done. I don't think we need this, and we can check this out. All right. And I think that's it. I think there's gonna be some other stuff, but I need to look into why I have only like a bunch of items. Sorry. What was I saying? Yeah, so I need to look as to why the first person needs to pick a skin before the second person has access to it. And that's just going to take a lot of Googling and asking other people where it comes from. That's just not that fun to look at on stream, so I'm going to do that off stream. Otherwise, we've got a working-ish lobby. It's missing the scenes, it's missing the final polish, it's missing a bunch of stuff to make it, you know, like game ready, but it's working for a build pitch. And yeah, so I'm gonna stop a little bit early here because we were just really efficient today. Some days are good like that. So next week, hopefully, I think I might have to cancel. Let me check what day is the next calendar. Yeah, next Tuesday is the 30th, where usually I do stream from 5:30 to 8:30, I believe. Yeah, Eastern Standard Time. There won't be a stream this coming Tuesday because I am moving to a new place, so there's going to be no internet, no computer, just a bunch of boxes, and that's going to be fun. Other than that, I'll be back Thursday and we'll have a lot more to show, I think, and we'll be correcting some bugs next Thursday, probably doing some rooms, fixing some of the stuff that was pushed recently, checking that the player has got all new animations, and hopefully we'll have the new players already in the game. So yeah, have a good day, everybody. Thank you for hanging out, and see you.